G-O, G-G-O.
It's eerily silent without music. Damn you, YouTube. That's why I had to cut it off. It always gets flagged. Even when it's supposed to be okay, it still gets flagged. Alrighty, we're almost there. I've got like a reverse coffee going on. I've got a coffee, but it's making me sleepy or something. Oh dear. Alrighty. The time has come. Welcome back. How we doing? So we left this off last week, where we made this thing. And I think I did something to it to fix it, and I can't remember what it is, so whatever I did to it, it's fixed, and it's better than it was before. Oh yeah, and I added that too, yeah, so it stacks. I'm sure there was something else, and I can't remember what it is. Why are you're out of fuel, okay. That explains a lot. Very well then. Oh yeah, and I sat down and calculated out how much this thing makes. I think I had it penned down for 2 of these. Actually, needs 3 of these for 80,000 to actually feed this monstrosity over here. So that's a thing. There's also an important thing that I didn't really cover last time as well. So when it comes to the infinite research, you actually don't need that much of the other planets. Like Aquilo, apart from say railgun shooting speed, which sort of it effectively caps out at something, and I forget what it is. Hey, Slazer, how you doing? Like mining productivity, it only needs the first 4 pack or first 3 packs plus purple.
GOGGO.
Exactly. Same with steel plate productivity, and then laser weapon damage and bullet damage. Also, like these all don't need off-world science packs. Low density structure productivity. It's basically the only significant Volcanus research, and it caps out at like level 28 or level 30. I forget what it is. I suppose there is artillery shell range and shooting speed, which I think also does technically cap out as well. I mean, technically, yeah, Vulcanus is a shell range, but it only sort of goes to a point, and then like, and that's basically everything outside of. I'm not counting research productivity, which takes everything, which is a special one because it's actually 120 seconds per cycle, not 60 per cycle, which all of these are. And not counting this one, which is 30, because follow robot count also caps out at some level that I forget what it is. I realize it has changed since like version 14 or whatever, but it does still cap out because there's a limit to how many you can throw these things out before you're throwing them, and you're basically constantly throwing them and they're constantly dying. But I digress. Yeah, so like Volcanus, you really only need the Metallurgic Science Pack for research productivity, and research productivity makes everything easier. So you don't need that much in the way of Volcanus science packs. Similar story with Gleba science packs, moldy packs. Apart from stronger explosives and research productivity, it's basically all you use it for. Same thing again with the railguns because it is used there too. Even worse with cryo, it's basically you don't need it beyond research productivity. Now, the reason I was talking about those is that the electromagnetic science pack is probably the only one where this starts to get a bit grey, like a bit wishy-washy, because you do get worker robot speed out of it, which is it's sort of the only exception. Again, there is actually a lot more researchers, but again, and electric damage doesn't really matter. Tesla turrets and Tesla gun, for all of its hype in the FFFs, is pretty underwhelming. And again, these productivities don't contribute any. Like they cap out and they don't contribute anything long term. So the point that I'm trying to get at is that the 4 off-world packs don't really contribute that much compared to the base ones. So like better off actually focusing on the base game packs. I still hate that this thing is only 4 packs. It's silly. Instead of pushing all of them to the same rate. I mean, yeah, you could build for research productivity. It doesn't hurt, but at the same time, you're bottlenecked by Prometheum, so there's only so much you can do. Electric damage buff, discharge defense. Everyone knows how good that is. This is true, yes. I am selling it a little short. It does actually buff discharge defense there. It does actually buff destroyers. The funny thing is that the destroyers don't really need damage upgrades anyway because they're so stupid. Compared to like the Tesla turret and the Tesla gun, like destroyer just does so much more damage than all of them, and it's probably why the Tesla gun's so underwhelming. Is that compared to the discharge defense and the destroyer capsules? Like it's the same basic weapon. Well, it's the same. Well, it's the same damage type, really. Of course, it's the same weapon, but it's just not able to drive out the same amount of damage that the destroyer and discharge defense can do. I thought discharge defense also discharged shields into a knockback. I don't actually remember. The problem is, for me, is that I don't use discharge defense because for the longest time it was a meme. It was so terrible. And so I just got to force myself to think outside of that sort of thought process to actually go into, lean into discharge defense. Having said that, though, there's so many other options that are just so brainless that it's not really worth thinking about anything else. Alright, so this thing, conclusion was to feed, circling back around, to feed this thing to get the 80,000 packs, need 3 of these, basically. Need 3 of them. So that's going to be significant when it comes to actually building the actual base on actual Fulgora, not this creative world. There you go. Copy and paste is always the way. I want to say that at one point it did eat shields, but these days it mostly seems to be AoE damage based on a player with a cooldown and energy cost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure in 18 it was changed. Somewhere around 18 it was changed. Again, if I didn't have that disposition to always have an aversion to it, I probably would have noticed. Also in the rambling, as a side note, it's kind of pointless, admittedly, but on Aquilo I have actually been just building out more of these. It's actually quite fun. There's like 9 of them now. Oh yeah, and the other thing was Vulcanus. I don't know if we'll get to it today, but I've started setting this up. This is basically a carry-on of the same concept. I'm a little more partial to doing the train town stuff off-world, like on Vulcanus, than I am on Narvis or Fulgora, because the way those planets behave, it sort of leans into it a little bit more. Oh. My throat's all phlegmy and horrible. Yeah, it leans into it a little bit more. So that's why I'm a little bit more sympathetic towards this design than I otherwise would. So, anyway, moving on from here, what we need is holmium processing. And what I should do is just take a copy of that, because this is basically just going to be a whole lot of copy and pastes of these things. So I might as well just slap a whole bunch down. How about I do them with some semblance of uniformity? Or better yet, what I'll do is I'll put one over there as my reference piece, and then we'll figure out from there. That rare Mojo stream. Yeah, although it's been a lot more common lately. I have been doing a few more recently. I mean, I couldn't do yesterday. There was a whole bunch of meetings I had to do, unfortunately. Unfortunately, but it is what it is. But that means that I can do an extra one later in the week. It's also Good Friday this week, so I might do something on Friday. I'm actually keen to... Maybe that'll be an open TTD day that I've been... The mythical open TTD that I've been sort of itching to do for a little while now. Alright, so... What exactly do we need to do? We need to make a holmium solution, which needs stone and holmium. And we need to shove it into a chemical plant. So 1, 2, 3, 4... I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of these very similar builds where we're just shoving things into chemical plants. Holmium solution, right there. How are we doing, Voltro? Voltero? Voltro? Voltro? Voltron? Now, the reason I say that is we're also going to want ice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I got it right. The number of times I've got it wrong is astronomical. And it always ends up being rather embarrassing when I, have it off by 1 and then miscount and have 17 and such as. It's a whole thing. Alright, so you go there. I would be interested, if at all possible, for a train to be there, but I don't think that's going to happen. I could double them up, but that's tricky in its own right. I mean, I could just belt it as well. Actually, here's a fun fact. Now, while I think about it, if I come over to the holmium ore, so this stacks in 50. Within a train loco, there is 40 stacks. So 50 40s, which is 2,000. And then within a train, there's 16 wagons, so 32,000. One stacked green belt here, or one unstacked green belt, is 7,200 items a minute. One fully stacked belt is 14,400 items a minute. Two belts is 28,800 items a minute. So two of these belts can eat an entire 416-4 train in just over a minute. So when I look at, I mean, these are going back to reverting sort of to their original form because these are like, oh, I suppose this one's got some green in it. So when you look at 3 and 4 belts coming out of this thing, I start to realize why, I suppose it's more true on Vulcanus, start to really appreciate why these belts basically eat the entire contents of the train in under a minute. I mean, I built these without any... I think I built these before I had... Did I build these before I had full stacking? I don't remember. Yeah, I did have full stacking. But I built it on the assumption that I didn't have stacking. But yeah, that's why these things basically don't work. Yeah, 28,800 on a train that only delivers 8,000... 8,000? 2, 4, 6... Yeah, 8,000. Yeah. It needed a lot more unloads. But, yeah. Something to be aware of if you're doing belted systems out of a train. You can basically only take one belt out of it. That was actually another thing that was sort of a headache producing these things, these builds. Now, so conceivably, you do like that. So, you know, do the double unload, one for stone, one for holmium. Like that. 3, 4. What do you get? That should get... I don't think it's 8. Oh, yeah, because it's beacon aligned. Damn you, beacon alignment. Yeah, because you now can't cover that. The only other way really around that is to bend these around the corner. And then, so what I would do is have that there. I think that's got to go there. No, it doesn't work. I forget which building that works on. There's some buildings where you can actually get them... I think it's furnaces. You can get them covered from the other side. I also wish that this could be done in like cryo plants or something, or oil refinery. Just something faster. 8 beacon, it's not great. But it's not the worst. Righty. What does that look like in terms of numbers? 4.55 and 9 a second. I don't know about you, but that sounds like a lot. Just sounds like a lot. I'll just roll with it and see what happens. So, I have a feeling... Bit of a hunch, but I have a feeling that's also supposed to be there. There and there. And it's still 8. Cycle time, yeah. It's actually the reason, when I realized this, how good stacked green belts were, it brought me back around to the idea of actually making this work. Making a traditional style mega base actually working. Even though like everything in the game sort of leans into trains. Well, everything in Space Age leans into trains. Like this just works so much better with trains. I might just, yeah, let's just roll with this and see what happens. Cause sort of deliberately slows it down. There's a bit of a UPS cost to it. So it's not the best. What do we got? 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, I think that is 16. I saw the 17 and I had to hesitate there for a moment and think about it. I was like, yeah, am I doing this correctly? Yes, it's fine. Where are we at? There we are. I need to steal that. Slap you there. Like that. We don't need the middle one, thankfully. Just gotta figure out how this affects things. Mostly just makes you wish cargo wagons had a stack multiplier, so each inversely slot held a multiple based on stack size, based on wagon quality. Making quality yeah. Quality trains are just so worthless. There is a mod, actually, that gives you capacity based on quality. I think there's some buffs for locomotive quality as well. Because, yeah, currently it only just affects the health. And there's no reason to build anything quality that only affects health. Like, these are health only. Belts are like health only. I mean, it's the only thing you can do to belts. You can have your legendary speakers. That doesn't hurt. Yeah, it's the only thing is inventory slots is lag. Indexing those inventory slots is a thing. There's something else. There's some exceptions, like I remember rocket silos. So legendary rocket silos give you better crafting speed, but because of the rocket productivity, you don't need modules in rocket silos eventually. So you just put 4 legendary speed modules in, which is in a roundabout way cheaper than legendary of all of this crap. And it's just easier. Like, you're not bottlenecked on rocket silo crafting speed. So it's another one where it's not really necessary. I don't know about, like, rare or quality ammo. Like, it does give you a damage boost, but admittedly, I haven't tested it that thoroughly. But it doesn't feel like it really needs to do anything. Yeah, that's right. The silo limitation has always been the animation. It's never been crafting speed. Crafting speed has never been the bottleneck with a silo. Always needs 40 seconds to actually load it. You know, if I'd done that instead, that would have been smart. SMRT, some would say. And the advantage is that I can also recycle this for ice melting, which is an added bonus. I should also consider the fact that it would be a lot quicker for me to just delete the whole lot and copy paste down a fresh set, because I'm going to need to filter this to stone, like so, and then I need to filter this one to holmium, like so. And then, because Darthy likes it when I say and then, we can just paste this down, like so, and now I can shove a beacon, not a beacon, that thing. The thing that does the electric thing. If it would allow me, I can put it in there. Ain't that magical? There we go. And I can have one there. And yeah, and anytime I need a chemical plant, I can just copy and paste another one of these things. And give it a little bit of space because this needs to output yet. In fact, I probably should hold off a little bit until I actually lay that down. So because pipes don't actually matter anymore, I can just lay down regular pipe. It kind of is cheap. Should I do? No, I better not do that. Yeah, I better not do that. I can't knowingly in good conscience do that. It is actually also a lot of A lot of pipe for not much gain. Water input too? Yes, we need to do that on the other side as well. You are quite right. Doop. Oops. You can't hold down shift and click and drag. You very much cannot do that. Hey, oh, there we go. Yeah, and then it can loop around, and then I can have the holmium foundries on the other side. No quality, of course. You're not allowed quality in a holmium foundry. Anything that produces something from a liquid only has no quality. You can't make quality from it. If you want to destroy quality anything, you use convert it to a liquid and then back again. It's like all that legendary ice. You turn it, melt it into water, all that legendary ice turns into regular old water. And then you can freeze it again into regular water. Although you sort of can't really. You can only really I don't know how I never really thought about how you would actually make more ice from water. You'd think you'd be able to shove it in a cryo plant. But no, that would be an infinite loop. You'd be making infinite free water. Hullaballas! Hello. Thank you very much for that 16-month sub. Bam. And you pop that there. And as you rightly pointed out, because I'm an idiot, where is it? There. Get some love and hype going on for Ship at Hullaballas. Slapping down that sub. Bam. While I slap down some substations. Bam. Bam. And playing Factorio? Sure is. I really like to get into the mega base phase. I'm so far behind everyone else as far as the mega base goes. I admittedly I have a lot of other things to do, so it sort of kept me from really investing. The thing that also actually is a bit of a tangent to that that's crossed my mind is doing legendary science or quality science. Yeah, they need to disable it, and then you don't have the infinite. Making ice would make ice barrels useless too. That is true. Oh yeah, water barrels, ice barrels. That is true. Yes. Yeah, and the idea is there'll be another unload here for ice supply. All right, and you do me some ice melting. Assuming the ice melting, like, if I push this all together, the ice melting could potentially all exist in one place and just feed each other. Like this pipe, ice pipe, water pipe could feed everything. See if I can manage to coordinate myself enough to do all this. I'm certainly struggling. It's like, is it that one or that one? And amazing, I've actually not accidentally copied the wrong thing yet. Right, so ice melting. I don't know what it makes, but it's probably going to make something. It also doesn't need that. You can get rid of it. Just replace it with a regular straight through, like so. Of course. There we go. Now I'll bring that a little bit further down. I can't not have it on the same line. I think there's a few other sneaky ways that you can spawn water, even if you disabled productivity on. You'd have to disable productivity on everything that makes ice, effectively. Okay. So we're making ice, or making water, we're making holmium. What else do we need? We need, oh, how about I finish this first? How about that? That would make sense. So somewhere in here, we're going to want a thingy. Bam. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, like that. It is highly likely this will need 2 kajigas worth of, like, this foundry can probably supply 2 thingies. It's a technical term, thingies. Like, it could supply 2 cargo wagons just fine, I suspect. This is just me guesstimating. I should really actually figure this out. What does it make? 528 a set. Yeah. Yep. I think it's fine. The point that I was leaning into was it can do something like that. It actually doesn't reach too. Oh, it reaches to there. Okay. Which means we want to go to there. We'll extend all of that there. Two, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I suppose what I should do, because I'm kind of avoiding it, is let me just press that button for a moment. Let's bring up this thing. And yeah, 80,000. So it needs 0.7. 0.7 of the foundry. Okay. And we need 21.2 of those for a total of that. With 14,000 coming in, which is not the worst. Okay, so it only needs one thingy. But I only have 9, 10, 8 of those running. So it needs 25.9. What have I got? I got 16. So I really need 2 of those to maximize this thing out. So I need to pick this up, plop it down there, pick you up like that. Pop it down there. It'd be nice if these were uniform, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. These are also really close together. I may need to space them out. We'll see. Alright, all that flashing is kind of annoying. Gated behind Aquilo, so there's technically a use for water barrels just for a limited time, same as wooden chests in that respect. Wooden chests are a weird one. There's sort of thinking behind. There's sort of a some older thinking with wooden chests that says that you should never use wooden chests. Oh, but you should use wooden chests over iron chests. Like, there's no reason to ever make an iron chest in a game playthrough because it's a waste of iron. The problem is that in the scheme of things, an iron chest is what is it? 8 iron? I was going to say, yeah, I was going to say 8 iron, but I couldn't remember if it was 10. It's 8 iron plate. Like, 8 iron plate is so minuscule in the scheme of things. It genuinely does not matter. It is of no consequence. It's amazing how 2015 meta thinking has changed, or how much things have changed since 2015 meta thinking. Ice melting comes with as soon as you unlock platforms. Barreling water is beneficial to send water to Aquilo. I actually had to do that when I first went there to sort of restart it when sadness happened. I've forgotten where I was going with that. It's just an interesting curiosity, I think, more than anything else. The whole no making more ice and no making no using the cryo plant to melt ice. Okay, so we couple those two together. It's now got 32 of these, which should be more than enough. Just looking for a more optimal beacon layout. Is there one that exists in this timeline, though? Don't think so. I'm not really going to pursue it, though. Make sure the substations are all aligned, and we should be all good. Excellent. Everything looks... Why does that jump grid? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2... Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Doop. And floop. Jaloop. Kadoop. Even then, it's still not right, but it's fine enough. Excellent. Alright, so that's the holmium situation done. Now you... we need to set up as... stone. Unload. Train stop limit of 1, that's fine. And let's just do it that way. It's fine. Nope, we're not unload. We are thingy unload. You unload. There. Stone and holmium. And now you... Is there a circuit symbol I can use? Not really. Like, we've got a liquid symbol, but not really a... apart from maybe stack size. We don't really have an item symbol. I mean, I don't call... I don't mind calling it item or cargo load. That's fine. What do I call it on Nervous? Fluid load, item load. I think on Vulcanus I called it something else too. Yeah, cargo load. It became cargo load on Vulcanus somehow. Nope. Now we're on Vulcanus. Here we are. There we are. Did I gain... Not on this timeline. I didn't gain an ice unload. A different save has ice unload on it though. Henceforth, the different timeline. Alright, so ice unload. What do we need for ice? Just in general. Not much. Not much. 4.7. Yeah, so this thing's just going to cover everything that this place is ever going to need, basically. And then we need a recycle processor. Classic programming. The name of a function changed depending on where in the code base you write it. Oh, that feels all too real. It feels so real. Because I've definitely done that on more than several occasions. Okay. You off by one or something? No, it's you. You're making everything look all bendy and horrible. Alright, I think we can get around that. I think I better fix this up too. That's a future me problem. Okay, so that's the holmium and water situation dealt with. So we got that. We need... Oh no, we don't need solid fuel. We need rocket fuel. Light oil also needs water. So we've got water there. That's fine. Oh, batteries. Batteries! In a way, it's like there's a lot of stuff going on, but at the same time, it's not that complicated. Like, it's actually it's pretty straightforward. It's just juggling all the stuff. Like, I need to supplement the circuits with a little bit of crafting, but I don't need... Like, these are made on site, that's made on site, that's made on site. Plastic, you need to be made from recycling low densities. Things that need recyclers, I'm going to hold off on. I want to do actual crafting for the minute, though. Gas needs heavy oil, which needs light oil, which makes gas. Cryo plants. And then batteries needs 13.2 cryo plants. It actually needs a lot of production. But thankfully, cryo plants come to the rescue with its 8 module slots. So you can go there. Which means, if I just delete those, basically just repurpose this to use cryo plants instead. Cryo plants. There. Batteries. And then you go there. And what did I say it was? It was 13.2. So yeah, so we got 16 out of this, so should be enough. I don't know fully. You cover that? No. That's like the extreme of what you can cover, isn't it? Oh, you could be brought closer. So we slap that there, slap that there. Slap that there, slap. 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 I might be able to squeeze a little bit more in. Okay. Not quite. Sadly. As I compare 5 versus 5 versus 5. One and 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I wonder if there's an even odd thing that I could do. It's always the thing to look for in beacons is see if you can find like an even odd pair. Like pull these one tile closer together so they become a matched pair. And then, I mean, it doesn't change that spacing, but it does pull them closer to these so they're actually covered. So now this is 7 and, well, you should be 7 as well. Why aren't you? Oh, he's missing one up there. Okay. Yeah, and then you get 12 beacon. So how does that affect you? Oh, you're on the 8 beacon. Okay. That is good to know. But yeah, pairing them off. Well worth doing. That's 7 beacon now, 7 beacon now. Ah, you're one tile too far away. I thought I had that the right spot. Now you're 12 beacons. So what does that give me? It means there's probably going to be a lot of downtime. Like this thing producing basically near a train a minute. So it's probably too fast in the scheme of things. Like this thing will just fill up trains as quick as it can. So I might need 2 of these. It's a little bit of overproduction, but the bottleneck is loading trains, not production itself. So how does it look here? It sort of pinces those, and then you need to go there. But you're gonna... Oh, you don't cover anything anyway. Why don't you... Oh, yeah, because you're... Yep, I see now. Yes, you don't need to do anything. 12 beacons. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright. In that case, I could probably just push that to like there. Does that in this timeline do anything useful? I don't know. Just sort of exists to... Oh, I suppose it does give more space. But yeah. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. And DAS batteries. You need iron plate, copper plate. You also need sulfuric acid, which we haven't done yet. There are a few ways of doing this. Could do it direct. You don't have a direct source of copper plate. Like we've got copper wire, which you need to recycle down into copper plate. Alternatively, it can come from low density. There's actually a few ways you can make it. So, yeah, that's probably, yeah. This is why I was holding off on recycling, or doing the recycling processing, because it could come from a multitude of places. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if this says it comes from recycling low density. Yeah, it comes from recycling low density. So, recycling low density is probably the way to go, and then junking wire. It's not really worth junking or like what am I thinking of? It's something I need to think about in terms of the actual recycling processing. So I've sort of done something here with recyclers, but basically everything that comes out of it needs to be like this thing needs to be able to absorb all of this output instead of picking up in a train and taking it somewhere. It's it feels like a more efficient way to doing it, just not bothering putting it on a train in the first place if I'm not going to use it. It's Redicus, how you doing? Over on the YouTube land. How you doing? I'm doing pretty good. We're just figuring out some Fulgora. Hopefully getting this done today, hopefully. I've also not set this up to bypass when it fills up for this thing. This loader is also quite bad. Like I sort of slapped these down, but I never really thought about how to optimize them. So I need to fix this. Actually, I think I did. I don't remember. All right, things are going to get serious now. I just finished my coffee. Things are going to get super serious. Right. Knowing what I know now about can't sleep, new schedule isn't isn't sunk in. Yeah, and it's very likely it's probably going to change again too. Do you know that if you press Alt F4, you get 500x SPM? Yeah, but and then add some research productivity, you can double it. Even though I'm not actually probably going to use that. I think this doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's like one tile off, so it never actually aligns. Okay. Also, top tip if you want an actual tip, not just dumbassery, is you go Control Shift F4 and it hides the UI. You even press Escape and nothing comes up, and then you mash Escape 1,000 times. What's going on? There you go. You can actually see the thing freeze because the menu's up, and then I go Control Shift F4, and there you go. What is it? There's another one. It's like Control Alt scroll wheel, Alt control wheel, Control Alt back. No, I don't remember what it is. There's a way to zoom out the main menu. I forget what the button is. What if you want dumbassery? I mean, isn't that why most people are here? I don't have so much. I'm in the map editor at the minute, so I'm able to just bring up the foundation tile and just paint it down. Like just set this thing to like 800 and blurb. Just paint the town foundation. Having said, oh yeah, that's actually something that I do need to show in the main save. Is the foundation platform that I made. I should also point out, Alt F4 doesn't actually work if you're on a Mac. Not that I am on a Mac, but it would be true if I was on a Mac. It wouldn't do anything. Or Linux. As a somewhat related side note is that I suspect that may become a little bit more common in the not too distant future. I have a feeling that people are going to start. I mean, realistically, the status quo is probably not going to change, but I feel like a lot more people are going to start moving away from Windows. The driving force is there. But the reason why I hesitate to say that is that we've been promised the year of the Linux desktop every year since like 2005, and it still hasn't happened. And so I wouldn't hold your breath because you'd be holding your breath for a really long time. Let's see now. Could always just do a loopy doopy belty do or something along those lines. I was just thinking how I can like push this closer like that. The problem is this thing doesn't need to be as fast as what I've set up. Oh, there's a thought. If this thing is set up to craft just as stupidly fast as possible, can it just load the train by crafting? Is what I'm seeing. It's what I'm envisioning. Like, just don't bother with buffering in the first place. Convince the devs to add Alt F4 functionality to the base game. We can't lose that cultish Mac enthusiast missing a key feature. Yeah. Actually, speaking of cultish things, I was reading. Where was it? It was a Linux malware that's recently popped up. That's particularly nasty. It's really good at hiding itself. I mean, still can have a little bit of buffer, I guess. I've sort of countered my own thinking there. Iron plate and copper plate. Better have a buffer chest for trains unless they can sit in the station for a while. So my theory is that this thing's going to go so fast, like it makes 107,000 a minute, which means it can basically load a train in just over a minute. If I do 10.7, but I'm actually doing 16, so it's even faster. It can basically load a train in one hit and not actually need the inserter. The problem is that to do all this jazz, I sort of lose that functionality. And this thing has to be as close as possible like that to benefit from beacons like so. That's the thing I was talking about, where this is the arrangement I was talking about before. I'm just not a fan of this. What's the input rate? 17,000. It works. It's not the greatest, but it works. I'll take it. What are you up to? 9. What was it before? It was 8, wasn't it? No, 7. Mirror the L-shaped loader system with the inputs, or do the two beacons overlap? I probably could and pull it closer. Uh, like on the one hand, there is over beaconing, but where is it? There it is. Yeah, see, that doesn't cover that one though. What does that bring it down to? 9. Oh, it's still 9, so I haven't lost anything. The problem though is that that is raising a more fundamental problem that I need to deal with. So this thing needs to load from like 2 trains. And that is a problem. Because it shares wagons. Take note that these are also thingy ones there. That's better. I should even reduce those down. Yeah, it really wants to be like that. You're still 9 beacon, which is a lot. Beacons across the input would have helped. It does. But it's still, like this thing still is bottlenecked on trains coming through rather than production itself. I mean, I guess it works. 7. 8. Counting is fun. There we go. Just stop the blinking. I'm just not sure what the throughput's going to look like. What are we at? 11, 10, 9. Let's reduce it to 9. What does it say? 12.4. I mean, I'm still at 16. Mod idea that popped into your head is using elevator rail dumping stop cargo directly into a building. Let's just pour it into the building. That would be interesting for a furnace. Just a bulk dumping furnace. Are you able to cram that there? I mean, it's still 9. All I've done is just effectively waste power there. I mean, 9 is fine enough. It is fine enough. I don't want to spend too long wrangling all this stuff into gear. Okay, so that's batteries covered. The last little thing is circuits. I do need a little bit more circuit production. Basically the same thing again. Like that. And like that. Except it's nothing like what we got here. Because it has one of these. There. We're going to make circuits. You're going to have some productivity modules. Because this one is a 4. You can actually extend this out a little bit. Like that. Yeah, of course. Not going to line up now. Four, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Let's figure out a spot for it to actually fit first. Let's start with that there. That can go. 2, 4. 2, 4. And I think that's right. Eight beacons. Nice. And again, this thing won't be a high volume production facility. Bam. That should be 16, 14 thingies. Hang on a minute. Or 8. 2, 4, 6. Why does that look right? If you're only 14 there, does this come down to there? But yet it's still 8. Because this 2, 2, 4, and then huh. Alright, this is where I need to actually grab a train and figure this out. Something don't look. Why doesn't it look right? Because some don't look right. That's why it doesn't look right. It doesn't actually tile properly. Whereas this one does. I thought I matched that. No. I didn't do it properly because these were meant to be pairs and they're not paired off properly. So it should be like that. Huh. Oh, the dream is that. The dream is denied. We'll start there. I don't think this actually works at all. I don't think it will ever work. Maybe it does need to be angled. That's annoying. Tell you what, I'm going to choose to ignore that problem for now and just, yeah, so this one's fine. This one is fine. I guess I do need to deal with this problem now. Yeah, so you actually need to be there. How does this affect its neighbor? You upset that. Yeah, and that sort of sits in between the two, so I can't have like double beaconage. You've got to be like that there, and then there, and then there. And now you're probably, yeah, you're down to 8 beacons now. 8 beacon? Yeah, 9 beacon. Thought it didn't look right. Blam. 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 Oops. Blam. 8 beacon, 9. Ah, okay, so there's a sharing problem here. That's the negative space. Bop, bop. That means it's now just 8 beacons. Your 8 beacons. But that space is free. That's also 8 beacon. I like this game. I like playing this game. The hunting for optimal beacon placement game, that is. The center point's always the best. It's the best for placing these things. Alright, so how would I... I realise too there's no real room for sulfuric acid, guys. There's sort of room for sulfuric acid to come in. It does come back to that whole point that it doesn't need to be particularly fast, because it's throughput limited, not speed limited. But maximizing speed doesn't hurt. It's actually kind of desired. That's when I start thinking about getting into long inserters, or maybe combining these into a single chest. But I kind of don't want to do that. Like, I can do it. I kind of don't. There was something I just saw as well. No, that doesn't actually work. I was thinking maybe I could like squeeze these down, but no, it doesn't do anything. So what I mean by that is, when a train arrives at each one of these train stops, it sets the filter to unload, and then they both unload into the same chest. I just don't know if that's a good idea. I mean, it only needs a little bit, so I probably could get away with it. It's less inventory space. So maybe it is the way to go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I do actually need to wire these up as well. Getting that done wouldn't hurt. So like, if I push you up a tile, and you come down a tile, like that, what does that get me? Gets me a shared beacon. So now you're 8 beacon and you're still 8 beacon. Oh, yeah, I got to actually do this too. You go there. You go there. Should we back to 9? Yes. But I can now do that and then that. That doesn't actually really achieve anything. Can this actually... It could go up. It could very much go up. Like there. Or actually there. And then you can come down to there. So now, this situation where that happens, and now it's 10 beacon. Why does that look wrong? Because he is wrong. It should be like that. There. Got to find the point. So bottom to top of wagon, like that. There. And then you go there. Alright, and that should deal with that problem. And then bring it up to 10 beacon, which is a borderline ridiculous amount of production. And most importantly, the sulfuric acid can slide in through there. You go there. And I think that's right. I think, maybe. And if I can manage it... that should drop there. So 1, 1. Not quite, apparently. Yeah, I'm just off slightly. But it looks alright. I think I got it this time. Until I figure out what's wrong with it again. How you doing, Mirage? Hello, Sneeze. How you doing? Hopefully you didn't hear that. Now, as far as acid goes, it needs like a cryo plant, which needs a sulfur plant, which needs... You need iron, don't you? No, not you. One of you needs iron. You need iron. You always greet your sneezes? Only sometimes. It's the thing, if you don't greet them, it's like a little child. You know how the child always wants attention? If you don't greet your sneezes, then you just keep getting more of them until you finally acknowledge their existence. So, it's not a terrible idea. Good point. It is a very good point. You know, sneeze will just keep knocking until you say hello. That's not how that works. Okie day. You bring that there. You make me some. Oh, well, that's acid neutralization. We can't do that on this planet anyway. And you make me sulfur. At which point it needs a whole lot more water. But that's fine because we can provide water from you over there. Now, we need iron plates. I don't know how I've fallen into this particular unloader, but apparently I have. But I'm going to use this, effectively this one here. One here? This bit here. From an unloader. And hopefully I got it right. 2, 4. Except this one's just going to do iron plate. 1, 2. I didn't actually need it all. Now I got to rework it all anyway. Because I just realized it's got a problem. Oh, and the other one I also used the wrong color wire. Yeah, I gotta start over from scratch. Damn it. Trying to save myself some time, and I screw it up anyway. You can go there. There. Bob. Done. Actually done. Admittedly, it probably only needs one thingy unloader as well. But I might as well do two. If anything, I should probably just reduce these. Oh, yeah. It was the quality icon was throwing me off. I wasn't sure if I actually set the iron plate properly. Blammo. Just compound the silliness. Before, yep. Alright, so that then comes down this way and slams into there. We'll just throw some beacons at the problem. Probably safely just directly couple these things. You go that way. Actually flip them around the other way because the acid comes that way. Slap that there. It's a bit either or, really. 10 beacon, 10 beacon. I could realistically just close that off, make it 13 beacon. More than enough. Because we can flip them, I'm going to choose to do so. I can link the water together, and then we have the gas come out. You need the iron plate, you need the thingy. So you could almost slap it down like here. I mean, that would work. Ahoo. How you doing? Welcome on in. So, yeah, something like that. And then sulfuric acid comes out. And then we take it down and around. Do some stuff and some junk, you know, and then it eventually finds its way into there. I can actually pull these closer. And like so. Now it doesn't need extra pipe. Pop. Doop. Ba-doop. 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 And that's another one done. I guess. I think. So what do we got? Item load. Yes, your item load, that's fine. You are not item load. You are actually iron unload. And priority 1. Oh, train limiter 1. Iron unload. Thingy unload. Of course, I had to grab the track. I didn't. I could have just copy and pasted the actual name. I didn't need to copy and paste the thingy. Okay. So yeah, load, iron, copper, copper, iron. Load, thingy, 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 ice. So what do we need for gas? Gas doesn't need, just needs What does it need? It needs stuff. Just needs the water. Did I end it up the top? No. I don't want to extend it up the top. I should probably delete these to really reinforce the fact that I don't want to go that way. I want to come down this way. Speaking of, I never actually finished this. That actually... Oh, that can almost directly connect. If I pick up these, like that, and then do that, right, there's still 7 beacon. That is fine, but they can still directly attach like that. Does that go? No, that doesn't go past. Yeah, and then the holmium comes out there, wings around. Now I need to bring water down this way. Fine. Make me do it manually. And this thing needed, yeah, like 0.8 of a thingy. And then wherever gas is, gaseous 1. 1 at 12 beacon, actually. Interesting. So for each one of these, it needs 1 gas producer. Okay. Well, we can arrange at least this bit. Right, so yeah, your 12 beacon, perfect. Light to gas. And in right there. It doesn't matter that there's it's occupying space here because it's going to go straight down the railway line. Now it's a question of orientation. How do we want to orientate it? And sort of going to lean into what's right for the water pipe. I mean, I could flip it like that. There. Or better yet, there, so it actually plugs in. Could probably actually shuffle it over a tile even. And then this finds its way off at, to a water pump. There. Could even shuffle it over this way. Get that precious substation alignment, but it kills the pipes. So just sort of got to deal with it. Where was my lightning rod thingy? Kajigga, there it is. It's actually better there, methinks. Reason being is that it spaces out these a little bit more, because that's going to be a massive problem to disentangle when it comes to it. when it comes to building this thing properly, this is basically just going to be straight up in place when it comes to building it. I'm probably going to regret moving these substations. Because I'm going to want a whole lot of complicated logic on this. And I'm not giving myself any way of really working with what I got. Like, yeah, those substations could have been used for linking these things up because they're too far apart currently. Although having said that, I can get a little crafty. I'll just get rid of the red wire because I want this to be green wire. I grabbed the wrong wire. So green, red. Fact. No, that has to be separate. This one can do that. This one does need to be red. Can it lash into that? You can. So dumb, but it works. Yeah, it doesn't reach there. I think like the chests... Yeah, the chests reach, but the inserters don't. It's really annoying that. I spotted that somewhere else. Yeah, it was really annoying. Really want to be pedantic, do that too. Alright, how do I want to deal with it? Probably pull that beacon forward and chuck that in there. I mean, I could just use the cryo plants. Like so. In fact, I'm going to do that instead of wasting time. I'm also going to just pull these all forward because I like that look at that now. But instead of wasting time trying to figure out poles and things, because I think that's currently the only way that I'm using the poles at the minute, the medium poles in this entire setup at the minute. It's just an act of inefficiency right there. This one might be a little more interesting. Case in point. Why not use the beacon? You can't wire the beacons, unfortunately. Yeah. Otherwise, I would do that. I guess at this point, maybe I do need to use these. Or I move the substations into the middle. Which I think I will do. A lot of buildings let you connect wires to them without actually interacting with the wire by default, which is really handy, but some stuff, yeah, you gotta sort of... It either doesn't allow it or you gotta sort of work around it. You go there, and then you go there. Could have scored. Nah. It's one of the few that don't let you wire, unfortunately. Yeah, you don't reach either. Oh, I guess we're back on the cryo plant in that case. As long as you don't actually... Yeah, it doesn't interact with a wire by default. Let's see now. Go up there. 2, 4, 6, 8. Those are all wired. These are not wired. Bring that together. Link you. I hover over this one. Yeah, it's all lighting up, so that's a good sign. Yep, I think that's wired up now. Alright. Yeah, because this thing's going to need a little bit of logic to it. If I can manage to think it through this time. Alright, so... I'm probably going to want a decider. There and there. And preemptively, I'm probably just going to slap both down. Alright, we need to... We're not going to send a train, we're going to retrain contents. Realistically, how about now? Nope, still can't reach. How about now? Now you can reach. It might be something like that. Say each. Green. Greater than 0 output each. So for whatever train stops there, it will set the filter to that content. But I can just add an insurance, take out an insurance policy, and each equal to iron plate. Fortunately, you can't like compound these to be and or. It's like it's all of this and then and of all of these things. I actually need to make that. I suppose I could do it with 2 combinators. 0 output each one. Probably good enough. And then that outputs red. So if I had a train, 1, 2, 3, 4, we need to set filters. So all of these. Da, 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 da. And then we have a cargo wagon. That. In actual fact, I'll do it like that. I need some iron plate. And then should set the filter to iron plate. This train needs to actually be stopped there. And now set to iron plate. So So what do you hold? 120. So half of that is 60. We take more, another lot, that's 50. Multiplied by 16, so 800 stacks. Multiplied by 100 is 80,000. 5.75. So when it's 3/4 full, it's 60,000. So what do we? That's just under 2 trains worth. When it's under, so 3264. I'm just thinking. So what I'm thinking is what to trigger the train at. The iron plate less than maybe 48 or 50,000. Hopefully that doesn't overfill. I might need to make that 42,000. So when it's below 42,000, it's going to bring in another 32,000. So it'll be 74,000. So it's still less than 80. Okay. Do the same over there. We'll just hard code it to each one. I'll put L of 1. Set train limit. Set train limit. You output L of 1. Just a bit of a tangent. I don't remember if I mentioned this. You see this little button here? You can actually change the 1 to anything you like, which is extremely powerful. I don't know if you saw with the counter. So if I do, a standard counter, I mentioned this previously. C less than 300, 5 seconds. Output 1 and C. So C to do the to feed back the current number, and then this to do the job of the constant combinator. So this is now run every 5 seconds. But yeah, you can now then make it run every 2.5 seconds. Or you can make it count backwards. But you really need to set the thing accordingly. Yeah, very powerful. It's actually amazing. It's the kind of thing I should just assemble into like a combinator tips thing. That requires me to actually make a video, and apparently I'm not capable of doing that. Okay, so yeah, so they're now going to be requesting trains. I can go right there, and then you can go there. Yeah. Horrendous. How you doing? It's way above your skill levels, but neat. Just the fact that you can put descriptions in as well makes life so much easier. Like, I still haven't done my auto crafter. I've been working on that since like September last year, and I still haven't made it. The trouble is, I'm probably obsessing over it too much. Like, what's his face had one done pretty quickly, but it's crazy. I don't even understand how it works. It's a monster. Doc Jade, yeah, he made one, and it's wild. And then you set the filter for whatever train arrives. That's fine. As a consequence, if I put the pipe in there, it'll set it to pipe. That's the one thing that I don't want. That's one thing I was a little nervous about. And it's why I was sort of leaning on a thing, like if I wanted to say iron plate greater than 0 output, iron plate. And likewise, copper plate greater than 0 output copper plate. That way, in the off chance a foreign train comes in, it doesn't filter by that foreign entity. Because that ultimately, when you want to filter an item on an inserter at a train unload, you want to filter out the things that you don't want. So you, yeah, really should do it that way. There we go. So that is batteries done. So we've got circuits, batteries, holmium, sulfuric acid. Pulls the heavy oil locally. Water comes locally, which I should probably do. Hopefully without running out of pipe. There and there and there. 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 Something like that. Okay. Dealt with you. Dealt with you. Now. This is where things get into recycling. What do we got? So that whole chain's done. That's done. That's done. That's done. I think it's just recycling now. Yeah, I think it's just junking low density. As a side note, I'm needing to make rocket fuel as well, but I'm going to sort of do that separately. So this is what's needed to now produce science. So we grind it down to the essentials. We got what we need, the intermediate production to then feed into this monstrosity. Now we need to. Actually, I'm simplifying it. It's a little bit more involved than sort of what I'm probably initially thinking. I say that because where are we at? Where are we at? Recycler, recycler, recycler. Let's find one over here, or a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4. Blam. It's probably over the top. But you can't go wrong with over the top, can you? Something like that. Ooh. Might as well just bring it closer together. Like that. What's the target SPM? So the eventual goal is to get it over 1 million. So a mega base that does mega science. As far as this actual build goes, its production would be 80,000 electromagnetic science a minute. As far as like actual production goes, at least as a starting point. What it actually needs to do, I'm not entirely sure, because Fulgora itself doesn't lend itself to really mass producing things, which is an annoying side sort of tangent. What do we want? Start with low density. It's different. Space Sage is so absurd, you love it. It's great, isn't it? Alright, so you unload and stop limit of 1. Now, problem is Promethium collection is sort of what kills the overall production rate, or what's possible with all the science packs because of the research productivity. Unfortunately, I'm a little bit behind the curve with getting 1 million science going. Taking me way longer, but yeah, we'll get there. Didn't I? Oh, there it is. Now, you grind me up some stuff. Just need to grind up just to think about it. Right, so you're going to output like that. You're going to give me plastic and copper, which I want, and then steel, which I don't want. Yeah, one recycler per thingy is probably the way to go. Alright, you take steel. Take the steel away from me, please. See, that doesn't actually work. It's got to go there. Probably don't even need that either. Perfect. Hey, how you doing? I've seen you in a long time. Yeah. I haven't been in this time slot in a long time. So that's the limit of what you can do. So the thing that I was sort of leaning on. Bam, bam, bam. And jam. And I was really going for it. Creative? Yeah, we're in editor at the minute. Just sort of planning out the Fulgora situation. So you're just going to continuously delete that. Playing with things? Yep. Okay. That you load onto, hopefully... Oh, never mind. You don't load onto a train. That's annoying. Here I have this nice, elegant thing, and it's just, you know, making everything all difficult and annoying. Think you do it on purpose? Yeah. It's almost like it's done on purpose. I hate the fact that the EM plant is 4x4 and the bio plant is... Well, the EM plant being 4x4 isn't as bad as the bio chamber being 3x3. That's just annoying, considering the most stuff gets shoveled into that thing. What am I going to do here? Other than maybe that. And then that. And then that. We say plastic and copper. But then it also needs to tile like that. I mean, it doesn't need to tile exactly like that. It could flip-flop. Mojo, as always, causing problems for current Mojo as he always does. It's a guarantee. It's always a guarantee that that's going to happen. You go there, and then you go there. It's at least symmetric. Let me just grab that. Change that to item load, of which one train. Of course, that's always going to happen. But I have plans to account for this, like that. So far away from this planet, and now getting bots so I can start cleaning up the starter base and make it more useful. So, the thing with the starter base is you can actually extend it way further than you would in regular in the base game. Like, you can swap out your smelters for foundries from Vulcanus. You swap out the circuit production for EM plants from Thingy, and then you swap out the belts for green belts, which is a combination of from Vulcanus and Gleber. Because Gleber gives you belt stacking. Belt stacking, or the key to all this is, or the lint, yeah, the key to it is belt stacking, wherever the hell it is. I might as well just look for that. Putting things on things, yeah, belt stacking. So it needs agricultural science packs to do it, but what the end result is, you have you can increase the stack size on the belt up to 4. Always has me going to that planet first. Oh yeah, what it means is that your red belt, instead of doing, what does red belt do? 1600 a minute, now does 4 times that. And so it's now better than your red belt in the starter base is now better than a blue belt or even a green belt without stacking. So it's actually more valuable to to upgrade your base using stacked red belts than it is to try and get the turbo belts going. It's really quite something. Now, this thing doesn't give me beacons. Let's see now. But it's not the end of the world. In fact, if I slide that down and then like equally slide that down, I can squeeze 1 beacon in there. Bulk inserters cannot unload a train fast enough to fill 2 red belts with stacking. Yeah, you really need to get into the legendary stuff when that happens. I say that, it sounds like it's far away, but it's... you'll get there eventually. Alright, so... I want a little bit of inserter play. I'll chuck it there. You go there, you go there. We always want to output steel. Actually, no, never mind, that doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. What do we want? Copper... greater than... I don't want this thing just to start deleting stuff. But it's going to produce a lot more copper than anything else, so... how do I want to stop it? Actually, it might be a little bit surplus of plastic. Greater than... each greater than... each. Output... each. Okay, hear me out. This does make sense. Astonishingly. If I pick that up... put it down there. Green. This is another amazing thing you can do with combinators. Copper... plastic... so we say each red greater than each green, greater than or equal to each green, output each of both. If I set these to, say, 40,000 and 40,000, now are you using a big chest? Yes, you are. Used a lot of big chests, but that's fine. So... I then put that in there. Just let it do its thing. Use filters, please. So that's just going to slowly fill up with stuff. While that's slowly filling up with stuff, I'm going to need another constant combinator there, just to tell it to always do steel. I mean, admittedly, I could just set that steel to 1. And so... yeah, you should be outputting steel. Oh, set filters. There we go. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, so now it's deleting the steel. Steel can't be recycled back into iron plate because it's smelted. Anything smelted... or there are recipes where there is no going backwards. I said 40,000, but I might not be able to go that high. Maybe 5,000. I was thinking about... I know what I... yeah, I know what I was thinking. I was thinking the complete wrong thing. Yeah, so now you're just going to start recycling all this. Hopefully 2 of these is okay. It may not be. More ways to delete things than just dumping them? Yeah, so with a recycler you can delete things. A recycler, when you put something into it, it'll recycle it, break it down into its previous step, with a 25% chance of actually returning something. Let's remove the carbon from the iron. But as far as recycling goes, you can't... Yeah, see, it gives a 25%... You put copper in, you get 25% chance of copper plate back out, because anything that's come... You can't unsmelt things. So it'll only give back what you put in. If I look at steel recycling, see it comes back. But if I look at something more complicated, if I recycle batteries, it gives back the ingredients of the battery. Yeah, the classic... you can recycle wooden boxes back into wood, however. Fish give you fish. As a bit of a hint, you can put quality modules inside the recycler, and so of that 25% you get back, there's a chance on top of it of getting 10% chance with maximum quality modules, maximum regular quality modules of getting... So, of that 25% chance you get back of fish, 10% of them will be slightly higher quality. That's only with the base modules. It's even more with better quality modules. Yeah, see, that's now pegged that. And it's now just deleting copper. I think it needs more. Like, one beacon isn't cutting it. What's actually in there? 6,000. Just add an extra condition. Able to disable everything less than 5,000. So when there's too much of something, then it will stop inserting. Alright, so if I apply the same thing to the other side... Now, will this gum up this? Probably. Yeah, it is. This is what I'm worried about with two recyclers is potentially a headache. Put a steel chest, let your umbrella, and let lightning handle it. Yeah, I mean, it's a way to do with it. It's a bit of an intensive way to do with it, to deal with it. Yeah, because this thing's trying to output steel, and this thing's trying to output copper, so it's yeah, it can't output. I really can't share with a neighboring recycler. Like, each recycler needs to work with itself. I'm trying to think of the words. I suppose I could just turn it into do it like the launch it into space and throw it off the ship. And you could spend the low density on rockets, so it would be consuming items. Trouble is, this brings back the original problem here. I think the only way around it is to do that. And then just got to pull this back a tile. There. Now the track fits. There. Fortunately, I don't know if this thing actually fits though. Like if I do that, I don't think I can, yeah, see I can't squeeze another recycler in now. I may not actually need, like how fast is this thing? Not very. How many recyclers do I even need? I don't think it's actually many. 2.3. 40. That is, oh, it's 8 beacons worth though. So I do actually need a lot. Yo, how you doing? Long time no, very long time no see actually. Bam. Only in lava lakes. Sadly. I do actually have a build. Is it on this save? I don't know if it's on this save. No, it's not on this one. I have a build that dumps copper into the lava lake to keep the stone. I could make it share. I think sharing cargo wagons might be the way to go. As in like that. Red inserters? Probably. Yeah. Oh, these are dumping stone into the lava lake because these are melters, so they melt. Oh, that icon's changed again. That's probably what the latest update did. Actually, that's a good question. What else has changed? Yeah, because like this gained a blue band and this gained a red or orange band recently. I guess yeah, that lava icon's changed as well. Yeah, that's more lava looking. And yet you can more clearly see which one is iron casting and copper casting now. It's so much clearer. Keep putting off starting Space Age because the new things make your brain hurt. Yeah, it is very overwhelming at first. It definitely is. It was certainly the case for me for a while. Uh, but it's when you break it down, it's actually not too bad. Probably the main thing is do your starter base as I don't want to give away too much, but that do your starter base as normal. Um, make sure you secure Narvis, as in have good defenses to keep the biters at bay. You know, push it fairly far out. You don't need to like as soon as you unlock silos at Blue Science, you don't need to immediately go out into off world. It would actually benefit you to do the purple and the yellow science, tech up a little bit, and just make your life so easy. Early quality, what are you doing? Ignoring it or box into something else? So this save, because it's so old, it should still have it somewhere. Maybe. What I do is I make some quality modules, and then use it to make some of the early like equipment as a chance to get something better than base. But I don't really automate much. I do something. Oh, here you go. So you can actually see I had some level 2 quality modules in here to get some slightly better laser turrets. Furnaces, it's had some quality modules, and it's actually managed to make some legendary. Those are level 3s. Level 3s are not easy to make because they need the superconductors. But level 2s are just circuits. So getting level 2s is quite easy, and yeah, just in the case of furnaces, just leave it go, and eventually get some decent furnaces out of it. The reason I have these furnaces is for platforms. That's what I did this for originally. Although it does benefit the base again. Same with the productivity modules. You might level 2 modules, try and quality them up, get some decent ones out of it. A little bit there does help. I am making use of them. I was making use of them in at least this part of the save for boosting quality of like the blue circuits. Having said that though, these things are now like with just these modules, which are by the way 13% productivity, which is better than these. So quality level 2s are better than not quality level 3s. Worth pursuing, and that's on top of the 50% productivity of these machines. So as soon as you start bringing the off-world signature machines in, things start to really get crazy. Only way to have better chance of getting good stuff, feed iron plates into assembly module with quality modules, making iron chests, and then feed the chests into a cycler. There's a few ways to do it. I actually don't like that one. You're better off putting quality modules into the mining drills for that technique, and siphoning off the quality and siphoning off the quality items to a dedicated quality base. Where are we at? Where are we at? I think it's this one. Where? I think it's here. Yeah. You put some quality modules into the mining drills, siphon off the quality to its own dedicated area here, and then feed it into a quality base. I mean, there isn't really a quality base on this save, but it's probably the closest. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, and then you can start making quality because you're already when you're smelting the thing. If I do it here, you're already at that quality with a chance to make it even better again. I do have Will's Ducky. Yeah, so like I'm trying to see one which is already. Oh, you're bottlenecked. But yeah, see this thing was doing regular iron, now it's up to uncommon, which it means that if you're starting at a higher base quality level, it's easier to push it even higher. So it's even easier to push it into rare. Brother, yes, how you doing? But this is one of a few different ways of doing it. In general, recycle grinding is the worst way to do it. The only way that recycle grinding makes sense is if you have a recycling platform and you recycle reprocess asteroids. But that's more of a later play. An earlier play is to do stuff like this. And as Nug says, yes, the more lossless quality rolls you can get, the better it is. Personally, don't push too hard into quality until after unlocking Legendary. Yeah, in general, you really want to push for, like, quality sort of has two stages, I found. You want to push towards Rare, and then from Rare, push to Legendary. And when you go to Legendary, you want a quality platform, recycling asteroids, and it just gives you, and then from there you unlock Legendary everything else, and you just craft into Legendary. You stop reprocessing things into Legendary. Generally, the way so this is good for early game. You start from quality right at the beginning, and then push it through as you go. From then on, where are we at? This one. From then on, the best way to do it for things like reactors is to craft the base ones and then recycle them, which gives you... So this thing gives you a chance of high quality... It in fact just made an uncommon one just then. And that's then just going to be funneled into a recycler, which then is going to be recycled into better raw ingredients to feed the next one, to feed the next one, to feed the next one, and so on and so on. Just because stuff like this, it's difficult to get rare of all this stuff. It's not impossible, but a lot of this stuff is difficult to get in rare quantities. In fact, I think I can actually, except for the lithium plates, I think I can actually supply these directly. Actually, I might have a lithium plate. Oh yeah, there I do. Yeah, I do. Yes, this thing is being fed legendary holmium plate, and so it's just outputting, straight up outputting legendary lithium plate, just like that. Those are also wrong. Yeah. I hadn't actually realised it was still like that. Yeah, the fusion reactor might be a little undercooked. It's making science, isn't it, right now? Yes, there it goes. 11, 10. Ah, there it goes. 33,000. Interesting, it's not going higher. But yeah, recycle grinding the same item over again. This works best for Aquilo, I find. Brute force recycle grinding is fine. So some things you need to brute force recycle grind, and biter eggs is one of them. What? Oh, okay, there you go. 88,000. 90,000. It's going up. It's doing its thing. This is the current save, by the way. That power is not great. It needs more power. 108. I'm actually kind of impressed with that. I haven't really exercised the science production. As I say, this is the thing I was alluding to before. This is what's just been growing in the background. Slowly but surely, it's been growing. So in the fish for Spidertron, recycle grinding fish is the way to do that. So over here, I'm actually supplying this bioflux from off-world. This is currently just sort of idling at the minute. So, but this thing, what you want, there is actually a recipe for fish breeding. So you feed in 2 fish and you get 3 fish out, plus nutrients, and then that does its thing. But instead of speed, I could do quality, and yeah, eventually it would give me a legendary fish. You can also recycle them for an extra chance. But yeah, biter eggs, you got to recycle grind them, unfortunately. And so that's what we have here is recycle grinding biter eggs. And every now and then it makes a legendary productivity module, wherever it is, somewhere here. Tungsten ore specifically for carbide. That's something I am actually doing as well, or sort of doing. So I'm recycle grinding speed modules to make tungsten carbide, but I am also just grinding tungsten carbide directly. It's not an efficient way to do it, though. It really struggles to produce tungsten carbide in any measurable quantity. It's better off, definitely better off, quality moduling the tungsten at the patch. I suppose you could grind the uncooked tungsten. It's probably easier to do the product, just because where is it? It's up here. If you want to make the high quality tungsten, you need, high quality carbon, which needs high quality coal. So like, the thing about quality is that every step of the process, if you want to start with a high quality, everything for that step needs to be a high quality, except for the machine. The quality of the machine doesn't matter. So like, if I wanted to make these legendary directly, I would need legendary tungsten ore and legendary carbon. So I need legendary coal and this and that. It's quite difficult to do. I think it's this one. Yes, it's this one. So again, this thing, it's a lot easier, but it still needs the high quality tungsten ore. It's probably a better one for feeding better quality ore into, but I don't think that. Oh yeah, there's a few things that benefits. But again, it's not something I'm producing in high quality in legendary level. Grinding it up with with the asteroid to harvest legendary. Yeah, I mean I can. So the asteroid platform we're talking about is this thing here. So quality modules in asteroid reprocessing. Yeah, you see it right there. Sometimes gives you a better quality output. And because asteroids, as long as the platform's flying, it's free resource, so it costs nothing to actually recycle this stuff. And eventually you end up with legendary asteroids, which you can then process into legendary carbon, legendary sulfur, legendary iron, legendary copper. You can process the carbon into legendary coal. And the end result is you have all of these legendary resources. There is a steel plate smelter here somewhere. There it is. It makes its own legendary circuits and legendary gears. The idea of this platform is it supplies all the legendary items. So it actually goes around to the different planets and delivers stuff and scoops up their products. So going back to Vulcanus, this thing actually recycle grinds because I set this up before the platform. But in general, this is how you would do. This is one of the better ways of doing recycling or producing legendary items. Is craft at the base level with a chance of the high quality, recycle the output, feed any of the anything that comes back at a better quality back into a slightly better tier, and yeah, and so on and so forth from there. It produces these at an astonishing rate. But yeah, over here, where is it? You are casting steel into the abyss. You. No, where is it? There it is. Should be, yeah, there. Yeah. So to get legendary stone, you need to melt copper from lava. using legendary calcite. Legendary calcite comes from the platform. So the platform delivers a legendary calcite here. It does legendary molten copper from lava, which in turn gives you legendary stone, but it also has this annoying byproduct of producing molten copper. So we save the stone, and then we cast the molten copper into copper plates, and then immediately dump it back in the lava. Legendary is just a matter of time. Yeah, legendary anything is just a matter of time. It's all about how you get there. And in general, you want to be crafting stuff. You want any kind of crafting to be involved in the process, no matter what it is. You want to be avoiding pure recycling if at all possible. So, like, my only exception to that is the tungsten carbide here and the egg grinding on the egg. Yeah, the recycle grinding on the eggs, because you physically can't avoid you can't avoid recycle grinding eggs, because you can have better quality. I might actually have, yeah, better quality binder spawners, but they don't produce better quality eggs. Use the molten copper and the molten iron and legendary plastic, make legendary low density. You don't actually need to do that. So liquids don't have quality, only solids. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? So when it comes to legendary low density structure, as soon as I see it, like, yeah. See, this only takes regular gas, legendary. So again, coal from the platform makes legendary plastic. So all you need to make legendary low density structure is legendary plastic. The molten iron and copper just comes from the regular. It just literally steals it from the regular smelter. That is really handy to know. When you see that, that is amazing. Same thing again, yeah. See, iron and copper comes from the platform, regular acid, legendary batteries, and just everything just starts opening up as soon as you do that. Those are also not maxed, amazingly. I never filled those out. Yeah. So when I set up the platform, that's how much things just that's how much of a knock-on effect it had. It everything just fell into legendary very quickly. As soon as I had those three, the iron, the copper, and the steel, I just started making legendary everything. Dump the molten copper and make the legendary LDS on Vulcanus. Yeah, the only reason I made it here was because I was making plastic here. Which admittedly doesn't really matter. It's just convenient access to the gas and the other things that it makes legendary. Because this is where all the legendary production happens. In the future, and I am somewhat working on it, is I want to upgrade this platform to become the legendary make everything. And so it's going to make, you know, the legendary blue circuits, the red circuits, the green circuits, the plastic and the batteries, the low density structures, just everything. I have a feeling I can't surround. I mean, I've already sort of done it already. I can't surround it. I might need to set up a sushi belt of legendary parts. I have to even hesitate and pause when I say it. The idea, just it's disgusting. The idea of doing a sushi belt, but I might have to do it to do all the legendary production. As a side note, this thing. So it makes foundation on a platform. It is definitely worth doing. It's simplified things so much not having this on Narvis or wherever it's made. You can make it on Narvis, you can make it on Vulcanus, you can make it on Aquila if you really, really want to haul stone to somewhere stupid. You can make it on Gleba even. Because Foundation uses, you know, Vulcanus, Gleba, Aquilo, Narvis, Vulcanus, Gleba. But yeah, any one of those. But having it in space is probably the best way. Best way forward. But anyway, actually, you still... This thing took damage recently, and I don't know why. And it's really annoying when it does that. I've completely forgotten why I came here, because we were ranting about quality. But anyway, now that the tangent is over, Using the recipe setting to get rid of molten copper instead of needing to bother with anything to... I loaded the wrong one, didn't I? Yes, I did. So no. This is to be expected. This is what normally happens around here. Is we end up going on like 15-minute long tangents. So coming back to the topic at hand, is we needed a way to get rid of this stuff. One thought that crossed my mind was actually having like a chest to chest to chest to chest. And that gives me room here. But I don't really see the necessities of it and merits of it. You annoyingly just need that much more there. But if I do that, see, now that doesn't reach. Which is kind of annoying. Unless do something like that. That. Actually, it is paired off. So it would actually be like that there. So it's not... it's not... being a little melodramatic, I think. Or something along those lines. Like, I don't need to specifically stress that much over it. I need to slide that over a tile. Slide that over. Maneuver those. Grab some beacons. 1, 2. 1, 2. 3. So now we've got some serious speed going on. This can delete stuff a lot faster now. It's deleting as fast as it can. Yeah, I might need a few of these. Can actually take it one further and even... oh, I could beacon here too. Did I participate in the preview party? Yes, that's actually what the first save was, is the LAN party save. I actually went over there and played Space Age. Yep, now you're deleting that as fast as you can. Sounds like that should have been fun. Oh, it was. It definitely was. Got to see Colonel Will and Exterm in the flesh while I was over there. Yeah, I'm only wanting plastic and copper. So, I mean, yes, this thing is deleting copper right now. But it's got enough plastic, copper that it doesn't need to do more. There you go, just block that off. Any good use of the nukes make lava craters on Vulcan this update? I think that would make it easier to set up on lava patch builds. I need to investigate that. So that comes back to where is it? This build here. Because like this thing needs molten copper, and so why not just nuke some holes in the lava and then just have lava puddles directly feeding it? I mean, the end result is you do need some foundation, but You know, when you have a platform that's carrying 20,000 foundation, foundation's not much of an issue, and can instantly craft any more, and you know, corral its way out to any site where it can, or any of the planets where it can refuel itself. Yes, when anything's greater than 5,000, and then when anything's greater than 4950. Oh, as long as less than 4950. Then it shuts down. Hang on. What are you? You're receiving 43. Oh, shouldn't everything less than? I don't rightly know. I also just realized, I need. It's not actually filling anything, is what I just realized. Compare the editor creative. Editor and creative, there's a little bit of overlap, but they do things differently. So one thing with the creative, it's better at, like it has more out-of-the-box things to help feed, dying explosion? Like it has tools in the creative mod to actually help simulate builds better than editor can. The one thing editor can do is you can control time. So I can pause time, advance it by a single tick, you know, and slow it down, speed it up, all that sort of stuff. So I could run at like quarter speed, you know, pause, tick, pause, play, tick, 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 and that helps with. I use that a lot for debugging combinator stuff because you can really see what the heck is going on when you do that. You can also play around with surfaces a little bit nicer in the editor. Well, like the editor lets you do terrain stuff a little bit nicer than creative can. But creative has really good tools for your managing builds. Heard of the tick trick? It's pretty cool. Being able to regulate time. Also click and drag that. That doesn't work. Not making the. Oh yes, sorry, I missed that message before. Yeah, I wasn't making the distinction between recycle crafting and recycle grinding. So yeah, recycle grinding is where you're just taking the same item and grinding it up over and over again, and only using recyclers. That's what I call recycle grinding. Whereas if you're crafting and recycling, you're getting the benefit of crafting. Well, it's kind of a given. And by that I mean, so a recycler, when you recycle something, there's only a 25% chance of getting something back. So, and then of that 25%, only up to 10% on base quality modules, and then whatever that is, 40%. 24.8%. So you see how it says 24.8%, and then go back here, it's 0%, because it's having minus 25% applied to it because of the beacons. Haste makes waste, as they say. See, now it's 3.21, 7, 12, 24. So yeah, of that 25%, 25% of that, or 25% of that 25% is going to be quality, which is really bad. Whereas if you are producing something directly, in here, say, it should be 31%. Significant improvement. And you're guaranteed to get something every time. And if you don't get what you want, you recycle it, and then there's a chance for it to come back as something better. A 25% chance for it to come back, and then a 25% chance on that of coming back as something better. And that's where the 6.2%, yes. I couldn't do the percentage in my head, so yeah. You're at a 25% chance, or 31% chance if it's in an EM plant, to give you exactly what you want. I forget what it is for... Let's just use Aquilo as an example. It is a 49.6% chance to give you a legendary from an epic, and then 6.2% chance to recycle it back into something better than what it is. So yeah, you want to hinge everything on crafting, not on recycling. Recycling is just for getting rid of failed crafts rather than recycling up. This thing being painful. So yeah, I can't share is the conclusion that I came to. I can't have this share. Okay. I think the answer is to do it like... can you just calm down? I might as well give it 2 chests then. What's our time at? Oh wow, I've got plenty of time to go. It's so nice having actual time to do this stuff. We do that there. I'm going to pull that away there. So this thing just does iron plate, nothing else. I'm going to really compact it down like that. You're going to do that for me. You want to link up to that. Get rid of all that junk. Now, I'm going to want this thing. That thing. Need to take off. Have a good one. See you next time. Thanks for sharing the time with us. Not a problem. It's good to see you again. And enjoy. Have a good night. Rest of the day. Either or. Thinking. You... I might as well just say... Oh, it does need a combinator. So, copper... Plastic. So yeah, what this will do is that every time it's above this level... It'll stop the inserter jamming, basically. It probably isn't necessary, but it is at least potentially helpful. What I might just do is... maybe do like that, and then I don't need it. The 75% of materials being lost from the recycler is a bigger deal than the overall quality chance of 6.2%. Yeah, you're just throwing stuff away. effectively. Wrong way. Wrong way. Just thinking, is this a good idea or not? It's a Factorio way, isn't it? Just spend absolutely forever on these things. The thing that I've got to keep in mind is, and that's why I'm spending so long on it, is I got to try and minimize like make this thing as optimal as possible. Because once this thing goes down on the map, it's going to kill the game. For anyone who's not too familiar with UPS optimization, that's why we're being so pedantic about everything. Yeah, asteroid crushing is a bit of an anomaly in that it actually gives you a better result. That was an eye-opener when that came out. What's in the build that's bad for UPS? So I want to avoid... So, generally, entities. So all these things, having lots of them is bad. So you want to really minimize how many you have, and that's where the beacons come in more so than as much as just trying to make it faster as anything else, is that it reduces the quantity of machines required. Beyond that, it's things like putting onto a belt to then take it off a belt again, starts to add to the game, the slowdown. It's a game of yak shaving, which is always why we spend the time on the steps. Yeah, I mean, that is essentially what Factorio is. Like going from one train to another train like this, and then having two train unloads share a single track like this, also is a significant saving. Um, yeah, inserter looking for items to pick up off of belts is a big one. Gaps in belts is another big one. Beyond just lots of machines. So yeah, it's all about just trying to balance out minimizing the number of inserters, but also making them so they're not running all the time, because having like two inserters that hardly do anything is a lot better than one inserter that's always doing something. Is crafting steel to chests before recycling a good idea for your build? Might require less beacons. So that is actually something I do over here, but the quantity of steel that comes out here is so much less, I don't think it's necessary. That's why I sort of wasn't leaning in that direction. Oh, you're just going to be like that. Oh, yeah. No, not steel. What am I thinking? I don't want steel. Because this thing mostly gives plastic, copper, not plastic. It mostly gives copper out. Yeah, less inserters touching things is generally the better. Yeah, SF Hobbit. He's gone the same way as Colonel Will with the self-contained Fulgora build with a silo. I'm sort of avoiding that on this one because I feel like there's a little bit of inefficiency there to be had because there's a lot of duplicate machines. But it's something I just want to sort of compare and explore. Right. It does take a long time. Yeah, it does. Is it through? You know what? I'm just going to keep them separate like that. And let's just do a short belt. Lack of trains is a detriment as well. I actually think there might be a better way to do it too. You know how I've got the recycler into a train, so I'm using a train to store this stuff instead of. Why aren't you recycling that actually? Why is that even there? Oh yeah, because that's all backed up. That's why. Except for that one. Why is that confounding? There. Oh, it's recycling the, yep, that's why. You don't have that. Yeah, that's where the iron ore's coming from, because it's recycling the concrete, and it shouldn't be. As the annoying byproduct of putting bricks and things. Bricks and iron ore into here. Yeah, it should slowly start deleting it. These should have been filtered. I think that's filtered on the main save. I was worried there for a minute. I need to check that on the main save just in case. There we go. Yeah, I need to make sure it's actually set properly on the main save. But yeah, this thing is it's crafting concrete into a hazard concrete and steel into steel chest. But this thing, this recycling produces a lot more steel, like compared to holmium, so and significantly more concrete. So it is worth crafting. Whereas you only make 0 to 1 versus 5 and 1 to 2. So like the ratio of steel is so much less on low density. So that's why I'm not pursuing it to the same extent. Now, let's just grab a regular chest. Oh, that's still 1 tile off. Dang it. Not annoying at all. I mean, I could probably gate this thing so it's not constantly pinging for steel. So my original feeling was to belt it a short distance. But I'm wondering if I can get around that. And yeah, just the general lack of trains on the Fulgora build also doesn't help things. I mean, you could just have, why go to all the trouble when you could have just have trains? I think the answer might be to belt that slightly. What does you say? In the plastic situation, there's a little bit of a surplus of plastic. There probably should be, oh, no surplus of copper though. Interesting. Where does copper go again? Yeah, it's 100% recycling of low density. I suppose a little bit does get distributed about. Could load the train with a long. Superconductor. I think it's yeah, it does actually go into superconductors. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's right. It goes into the combined loader. Haven't even got to the other deleters yet. That actually reminds me. Yeah. Yeah, oh, 0 to 1, so it's probably not worth it. I could, instead of making green circuits, I could probably recycle advanced circuits, but I might just dump advanced circuits. I was going to do something with them, and I forget what now, though, because I am actually picking them up, but I think it's probably easier just to delete them. I mean, they're getting fed into, yeah, see, it's getting fed into this thing here. Yeah, it has to be like that. Oh yeah, because I'm not actually there. It's kind of funny how the ghost mode or the map view mode ghost things, even though you're in the map editor. It's sort of that's another thing too with that. Oops. Oh, you're in there now. You can go in there as well. That the map editor has that, or the map the not map editor, creative has over the map editors, stuff like that. It's probably the way to do it. Just like 3x4, 4x3. This thing won't delete Holmium plate, so it'll just keep running until Holmium backs up. Yeah, that's fine now. Yeah, you can get dumped. So it probably doesn't matter if any of these back up, because if any of these back up, it'll just get bypassed and deleted. 52, 52, 200, 168, 200. Yeah, it needs that's the splitter on there. Probably with a bit of belt tails after it. That's all much of a muchness. Now I really need to finish this. This really just going to be, I think it will be. Like 2 tiles of belt and then the next thingy. What are your thoughts on the lack of quality effects on trains? I'm a little disappointed by that. But I think I can see why, though. Why it's been made that way. Yeah, lack of quality capacity on wagons is something. Yeah. Yeah, there's a regular chest for that. There's the things you can improve grabbing efficiency with different um, belt directions. That's sort of why I wanted 2 thingies. Lack of quality capacity in the form of interest slots is a good thing if they had a stack multiplier. Oh, yeah, as you're saying before. Yeah, a stack multiplier instead of just giving you more capacity. So like you stack. So does that mean it, like if you instead of having stack size of 50, it multiplies like iron ore by 2, so it effectively gives you a stack capacity of 100. Isn't that just equivalent to slots, or is it something that can be applied? Or do you mean that's something that can be applied per like conditionally on some items but not others? Still not really a fan of this, the setup that I made. I have a feeling it's going to be a problem long term, but let's roll with it. I'd like to not be here all day, just procrastinating on the same thing over and over again. Oh yeah, it just gives you more slots without more slots. Without the lag. Yeah. Um, chest lag is a thing too. For those that haven't heard of it. I don't remember where it sits in the scheme of things. I remember trying to push it at one point, but I don't remember it being a problem. Then again, I do remember the game hiccuping when I was opening those what's it chests from what's that stupid mod called? Factorio Extended. Oh, Factorio Extended? Yeah, Factorio Extended. There we go. And now, of course, you're complaining about lightning coverage, but we can deal with that. Really wants to be like there, there. Then I can definitely do two. Just have less. Eventually, lightning you need lightning collectors early on, but eventually you don't get any benefit from them other than the lightning protection. The whole lightning thing's a bit of a gimmick. It just gets some. I mean, it's not even a threat when you first land. Just in case anyone's worried about when you first land the lightning being an issue, it's really not. The main thing, I'm just going to tell you this now. I know it's spoilers and all that, but it's going to save you some pain. The first thing you do when you land on Fulgora, mine a Vault Ruin. Because the game doesn't really give you any indication that you need to mine one. And unless you actually look at the research tree. And you can't advance without one. Where is it? Unlock Fulgora. Yeah, you need to craft holmium ore. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, to get the recycler, you need to mine the Vault Ruin. And because there's not many of them around, drive AK tiles the big. That's the thing. So that's the thing that I'm getting to is also you can't really drive the tank nicely on the ocean. Oh, you can and can't. But anyway, the point is that there's usually one right by spawn, and then once you start going, many tiles out, you then have to go back and mine the ruin. There was what was it? That one there. You can usually spot them, and yeah. So they're not. There's not like only one, but sometimes it's a very long walk. You might have to walk 2,000 or 3,000 tiles to find another one. I think they're a little bit more common now, actually, by the looks of it. So yeah. And as far as lightning protection goes, as long as you're near one of these ruins, which you're going to need to be near ruins anyway to mine them, like this island here, it's already got all the lightning protection you ever going to need. So you don't need to worry. Just don't pull them down. That would be embarrassing. Like lightning protection, everywhere there's blue. Protected, 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 protected. It just doesn't matter. F4 set? Yeah, I try and avoid that. Still use accumulators on Fulgora or switch to Fusion when mega basing? You switch to Fusion, realistically. I've had Fusion here for a while. In fact, this is one of the early... Yeah, this is all unupgraded. I think it is actually upgraded now, but it's... Like, this is all the accumulators that I ever used on it. You can use heating towers and solid fuel as well, but don't rely on it too much, because your supply of ice isn't guaranteed, or your supply of water isn't guaranteed. And you've got more solid fuel than you can ever possibly know what to do with. But yeah, you don't want to rely on your supply of water because your ice supply is capped. Yeah, eventually you just go to Fusion. It's actually an early candidate for Fusion for that reason. Alright, this is taking me way too long to get this done. Alright, next step. What do we need to make? We need to make rocket fuel. Rocket fuel's probably an easy one to do. Oh, I need to load the melted water too. Can I got a surplus of that. Yeah, it's only like 4.7 at 8. And you're at 8? 7. Is that the best I could do? Probably was. Oh no, no, I can get to 8. I don't think I can actually maintain it if I did that though. Yeah, I don't know that I can maintain it. But I can actually get 8 out of it, so if I can, I might as well. I didn't spot that before. It's probably the one unloader's probably going to struggle. Nope, wrong wire. Green wire. It's the rule. You have to use green wire for this. Beep. Pop. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, just send trains as it needs it. Solid fuel from your heavy oil being made as backup if you somehow run out. Made from heavy oil, interesting. I wouldn't have thought you would need to make solid fuel on Fulgora. You've got a thingy somewhere that I've got to find now. It's probably at the end. There it is. There we go. It's gone. And it's gone again. There's actually an easy way to get rid of it. It's just pick it up and put it back down again. Although I need to fix that because I didn't actually grab that. And there we go. Only time it ever kicked on was when you first installed the legendary rocket fuel grinding for your trains. Oh, yes, that's true. Yeah, grinding rocket fuel is definitely a drain on the solid fuel supply. Something I haven't actually done yet is go into legendary nuclear fuel. And I really need to do that. I've got all the infrastructure set up to do it. I just haven't actually done it yet. There we go, something like that. each one of these tanks holds up to the maximum, so it probably does does need two of them. 2 layers. Bring it to there. Best to recycle nukes. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the right combination is. As I say, I haven't really thought about it. Bring in the nuclear fuel from Narvis? Probably not. I mean, my Fulgora is making legendary rocket fuel. I mean, it probably wouldn't. It doesn't hurt to have better fuel. It's just that it doesn't stack well. Where is it? That's the only thing. Like a stack, yeah, stack size of 1. So you're really wasting rocket capacity. Possibly enriched uranium. I mean, it's a stack size of 100. Yeah, and as Nug says, Nug's higher speed introduces a new problem where the train reserves more space in front of it, which means it reserves a junction further into the further forward than it otherwise would. I'm not sure how that would affect something like Fulgora, where the train sort of quantity isn't that crazy. It's one of those things I've been meaning to sit down and really think about, but just never actually done. You know, I should actually use radars for this. It's a good excuse to use my radar book. I don't think I've uploaded this thing yet. It's a handy dandy little book. Alright, so when water is greater than 300,000, then you can summon a train. Should actually have a pump on it as well, but it's better. It flows better if you don't have a pump. You. Where the hell are we? There we are. It's more of a capacity thing. The people who I trust to do the math say that even common nuclear fuel is faster than ideal quality, and quality only makes it worse. Yeah, I really need to actually look at that one day. Yeah, this is ice unload. Need to find out what the what color to give for ice. Imagine if legendary locomotive had better braking power. Yeah, just stop on a dime or something. Ice, which is stack size 50. Less than 120,000. I can always add more of this as well. And I do want line stacking behind it. Think about this. Either way, so that's that done. I think that's... no, it isn't. I just remembered. We don't make the pink Pot pink? Whatever that is, the electrolyte. You making that thing, don't you? I mean, that's signature building oil. Oh, that's right, stone and heavy oil. Imagine if legendary cargo wagons had more capacity. Imagine. We keep talking about that. You keep coming round to it. I like to call it Gatorade. It's fair, fair. Needs stone. And yeah, stone and heavy oil. You know what? You can move out the way. Heavy oil is easy to come by, at the very least. Bam. Kapow. Now, at what rate does it eat stone is a real question. And how much, at what rate do I need to actually make it? With 23 of them it needs. It actually needs a lot. I mean, it doesn't need a lot of stone, but it does need a lot of machines. It probably needs 2 thingies for me making it. You like to call electrolyte condensate. So EM planes crave. They crave the condensate. Well, at least that doesn't need to be too stupid. I should actually lash it onto this here. I suppose I could just run a pipe further down. Don't think I have any takers as to wires. Oh, right, that too. Where was it? There we go. Yeah, it 3 fluid, well, 3 fluid pass-throughs. It's a whole thing. See, now I've got to figure out how to get the beacons all over it. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't think you can get 5 onto a 4 by building. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. What are you up to? 6 beacons. 9 beacon. Doop doo. There. Kaslamo. That's actually annoying because I just realized that's like full beaconage. But it's not possible. It's blocking the nozzles. That's 10 beacon. I think 10 beacon is probably the limit. Unless I do something tricky like that. And it's still 10 beacon. Oh, that doesn't even contribute. So it's still 10 beacon. No matter what I do, it's 10 beacon. Yeah, that's as far away already. Like, I can't slide that down and get one there because it's nowhere near close enough. So, 10 beacon. 10. 25, yeah. So I need two of these. That's fine. I realised too that I have blocked a port off. That skipped a tile. Uh, yeah, that skips a wagon. I was like, hang on, something's not right here. And yes, something was indeed not right. So if you go there, and then this thing really needs to go there. 10. Yeah, you'll drop down to 9. You still 10? 10. You're still 9. But now 9. N. Not even tile though. No, they sort of wander off. 10, 10, 10, 10. Still working there. And yeah, now I should drop to 9. Theory it shouldn't matter. 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. One more and then it's halfway. There we go. I hope. 4, 9, 14, 15, 16. I don't know why I put a fluid wagon there, even though it's meant to be stone. I think I was thinking, subconsciously thinking of the output, of the input. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, skips one. Liquid stone. Muted? Oh. Did we lose a little bit of audio there? Or am I thingy acting up again? Or is it ad break time? Okay. Oh, this has been a wild. Oh, good now. Okay. And yeah, I think it might have dropped out or something. Oh, this is a painful one. Yes, four. So only got one. Yeah, I need to. I can't do like much more than 8 beacons. I can't have a 3 tile gap between the machines. How about that then? Yeah, something like that. And that there. Yeah, it's got to be like that. Otherwise, it will just always wander out of step. Use the same trains as you. It's a good sized train. I was tempted to go 832-8. It wouldn't hurt for the for Fulgora and Vulcanus. Let's go a little bit longer. Just makes life a little bit easier. I wonder if I can just pick these up. And then like 1, 2, 3, 4. Slap that there. Yeah, see, they both drop down to 8. That's no good. That actually covers both. So I guess it's just going to be a wonky, slightly wonky setup. It's going to be on the wonk. Can't even do that. Oh, I might be able to. I have an idea. So if I slide all these up, shame you can't filter the fluid wagons too. Yeah, shame you don't have the compartments like you used to. Has some potential here. So yeah, we slide that through. And something like that. And that goes there, and that goes there. Bam, bam. And it could quite literally have another one of these just bunched up nice and close. Probably too close for its own good. Some would even say. You go across to there, like that. This one might be the problem child though. No, it's fine. Just minimize the number of pipes that I use overall. And copy and paste. Even though I actually do need the pipes. That's kind of the point of copy and pasting this whole thing. Copy and pasting the beacons, however, a bit wonky. A bit on the wonk. Yeah, it didn't actually fit there. Alrighty. Making progress. Even though I've been battling this thing for hours now. Hours upon hours. Filter if fluid wagons also had quality for more capacity. In a roundabout way, there is filtering on fluid filters. In a roundabout way, that is. It's just annoying to work with. Right, you go there, and might as well go there. Just extend it like that. The other one should be the same. And it is, yes. There and there. Boopity 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 boop. We'll go there. So now we're outputting. Yeah, we're going through that machine. It's coming out the other side. So that should be. That's now all the electrolyte covered. Yeah, these two should really be swapped. If I was to lay this out in an actual base. So I'd lay this thing next to the holmium. Somewhere there. And then we'll put this one in right about there. Half the EM plants don't have access to heavy oil. Oh, I didn't do the top, that's why. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. There we go. I forgot to do the other side. Hey, it's Glacier. How you doing? You know, at some point I need to pull out the Hog 4. I gotta remember to do that. How you doing? And also the extra substations. Dang it. Me and my not filtering these things. Or did I already remove it, apparently? Or is it just too many at once and it's had a meltdown? I have a feeling it's not actually turned off.
G-O-G-G-O.
No, it's still there. There we go. Alright, now that's the heavy oil done. Heavy oil. And then it just needs some stone. Let's just replace it with thingy. It fills up like nothing else. Might as well use what's already been given to me. such as this thing here. There. Bloop. And blop. And oh, there it is. Like into green. There it is, right. Basically that right there. Of course, I need to find the source of the fluid in there. Just like that. Making me put a lightning rod down. Lightning Kajiga down. There you go. Stop flashing now. Is this actually just going to... Yes, it is. It's just going to directly attach nicely. Ha, that's amazing. That's making... wrong button. 63,000 right there. We only need 833,000. I mean, it's a little bit off, but it's pretty close. I don't think we ever got an answer to why electrolyters condensate. Condensate. As in, I don't think anyone actually called it out. Don't worry, they'll pass it on to Doge or something for you. What's the high west, dude? There's actually a better way to do this. Do the locos as before, actually. I'm already committed. Been lurking since the start? Okay, just filing tax returns. Because the one's a duplicate of the other, I should be able to get an idea from one to the other. Oh, why are you... Ah. I've exceeded the electrical supply. Here in BR, we do it automatically. Do it with 3 clicks. Yeah, the tax returns. 500,000. So it's not a bad run. Two rows of these tanks is one train's worth, I should add as well. That's why there's 3 rows, so it's a train and a half. Green. Probably a little bit overkill. Gets the job done. No, apparently I disconnected the electric energy interface and I was relying on on the old fusion. Miss the days of simple tax returns. In a way, I miss the days when you didn't have to file tax returns. Double ring fusion reactors. That would be... Do I have one here? I think I do. Something like that. I like this arrangement. Problem with this one is you can't actually put it on Aquilo, because for whatever reason, the thing that's running at, what is it? 1,000,000 degrees? 1.26 million degrees needs to be externally defrosted. Likewise, the pipe with 180 degree coolant in it also needs to be defrosted for some reason. I kind of wish that the game would have taken into account that sort of stuff, instead of just blindly needing it. I think that's part of what kills it for Aquilo. For me, is stuff like that. I think it's safe to say the electrolyte's covered. May need multiple loading stations, we'll see. Heat logic is not present on Aquilo. I mean, there's heat logic, but there isn't logic to the heat on Aquilo. Would have been able to abuse that mechanic with filter pumps, just leave a little hit of fluid of any system to keep it unfrozen. That is true, yeah, just combine the fluids. Because yeah, it doesn't really simulate it that particularly. Alright, so that's everything, I think that's everything that it needs to actually bring it all together. So yeah, we've got that. Oh, actually, what I should do is look over here. Yeah, we've got the plastic, we've got the copper, got iron. Iron is actually recycled from gears directly. Batteries are done, circuits are there. What else are we missing? Water's there. Electrolytes there. Condensate's there. Volume solution is there. Blue circuits are there. Low density's there. Rocket fuel's the only thing missing now. And then we're done. Apart from maybe some further processing of this stuff, but I've sort of built this thing so it doesn't need external processing. I guess the last thing that's needed is... Do I even need it? So what I'm thinking is, do I even need to load it onto a train? I mean, I might as well give it an excuse to. I could always just... yeah, I do need to make rocket fuel. I do actually need to make rocket fuel, yes. If it was like negative 300 on Aquilo, we would accept it, but it's like negative 20. Yeah, it's kind of like... Where is it? The ammonia is negative 35, and the... there it is. Yeah, the ocean ammonosyl solution is only negative 50. The 1,000,000 degree plasma can't be allowed to make thermal contact. That is true, like, it will be well insulated, and externally heating things is a thing. Like, you do need external temperature to stabilize the external part. Like the steam turbine, it makes sense because you got all these intricate parts where stuff is cooling down, like the steam is condensing into water and it's covering things, and so you do actually, this is actually a thing, is that like stuff like steam turbines do actually need external heating so that stuff doesn't freeze on them, or such and such as. You were not inserting... Fuel. Oh, I mean, this isn't relevant to current Aquilo, but that might actually explain a lot about what's happening on Aquilo. A manic solution. Um, it's like plot solution, as in it's the most convenient. The ocean is the most convenient for carrying the plot forward because it contains everything you need. Well, it contains the ice and ammonia that you need to advance forward. So, what do they call it for the modern comic book movies where how they just bump into someone and they just conveniently this one in a million 7 billion people that they randomly bump into probability, and they just happen to know exactly where this person that they want is at the exact right time. The A before C is important. It's kind of like something that's related to plot armor, and other plot contrivances and conveniences. Actually, if anything, the one that doesn't make any sense is the oil on Aquilo. It sort of gives you the ability to make rocket fuel from ammonia, but you don't really do much with ammonia itself. It doesn't really. It sort of leads itself into some really esoteric chemistry, but it doesn't do enough with it, I don't think. I think I have a suspicion that it was going to do more, but I think it was scaled back. I mean, there was meant to be enemies on Aquilo, we do know that, but it was cancelled. It's the remnants of the floaty brain squids waiting for the expansion to release. Yeah. Now. Hmm. So, the thought that just occurred to me is you can make rocket fuel. Can you only make rocket fuel from that? Yes, of course you can. I have no idea what I'm doing. Uh, yeah, I got to use where is it? You actually to make rocket fuel. The I know why I'm confused. It's that one. This one makes the rocket fuel. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually make rocket fuel normally inside this thing, but you need to feed it nutrients somehow. So for this to actually work, I would need to supply it with bioflux, and I'm not going to do that. There is zero chance of me supplying bioflux over here. Make fertilizer or tier 2 nutrients from ammonia. Yeah, or some kind of high quality, um, calorically dense nutrients. I think is the term. Something that's where are we at there? Yeah, you combine ammonia with something because ammonia is used for making fertilizer. I mean, we make bioflux, which is 40 nutrients. I mean, mold is what is it? 1 nutrients, but it's already spoiled. You're 6 nutrients. You're 40 nutrients, and you're only 20 nutrients. And then this is like 100? No, 20 nutrients. But eggs are actually a really good source of nutrients. Unused input. Suppose sort of. Let me think of something else though. Like the heating tower, it sorta wants a pipe, but it doesn't. I do like the fact that this has a 250% efficiency. So burning basically anything in a heating tower is better than a boiler. Basically no reason for a I suppose you could still use a boiler because you need to get the thingy up the Glebber tower. Oh, you mean this thing? If it, no, it won't let me. Yeah, it does actually. You're right. I've forgotten about that. I mean, the Glebber stuff was chopped and changed quite a lot, so it's not surprising. What the hell is going on here? Oh, right. This is all this crap. It's all this crap. Yeah. A lot of fun designing power stamps with heating towers. It's good fun. I'm pretty sure there's something else which has a redundant liquid port on it too. Because it started out life in chemical plants. Yeah, there's the one that I made with heating towers. 10 heating towers. It's a fun little build. I like it. No quality though. Yeah, well, this is a... So, this was when I first set up Aquilo, and I've just never changed it. And, I mean, this is an old save, but I happen to know that this is still here. I never changed it to cryoplants. I kind of don't care, so I just never changed it, and it's never stopped working. So you take in solid fuel and light oil. Yeah, and this one's kind of separated out from the rest. Comes over here. 2, 4, so something like that there. 1, 2, 3. You go there. Have some solid fuel. I mean, I'll probably have to do something on the bendy bit. As it, like, make it round a corner to make it actually work. 5 a second. I mean, I don't need that much production though. Just immediately grabs the stupid things. You would benefit from one. I could probably just do a regular chest there. Boy. Ah, that's not the worst. Is that fuel for the silos? Yes, it is. It is the last piece of the puzzle as far as building out Fulgora goes. Then could finally be gone from here. 7, I think, is all we're going to get. I suppose I might be able to. I really push the point. Maybe offset you. Offset you. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it's down to 6 now. Oh, I know why. 6. Maybe that can slide in there to get 8. Survey says no. No, you cannot. I guess it can just be 7 beacon then. It's not a high... Like, it doesn't need to do that much. Like, it's only feeding silos and train fuel. It's not doing that much. I actually would still like to do that, though. About 2 tiles. No, it's got to be like that. And then there. Yeah, and then it repeats. Uh, da 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 da. Oil. Oils ain't oils or something like that. Bam. Kabam. Kabam. Blammo. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. 13. I think that's 15. Yep, it was 15. I had a feeling I lost track of it. There we go. Something like that. And it just needs power. And it's done. Done forever. And I never need to look at it again. I can actually take it a step further as well and yeah, you need to go there. Take it a step further and add a refuel point at over here somewhere. Dunzo? I think that is pretty much Dunzo. Oh, that's lightning protection it's complaining about. And yeah, and then you just find this wherever, because this thing's just gonna land on ocean pretty much no matter where it goes. Like, no matter where this thing goes, it's going to be sitting on oil ocean. There's a pretty good chance it will just be able to pump it right at the point. Right at the point wherever I build it. Oh wait, you were 6. 6, 7, 7, 7, 6, 6, 7, 7. I was looking and I was like, hang on a minute, that doesn't look right. 1, 2, 3, 4, or 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh yeah, that one there. Trouble is, I can't really flip that one. Am I wanting them mirrored? I guess I'm not done yet. Don't you need to crack the ice into heavy delight? Yeah, I'm probably going to tap into water that's over here. I mean, I could put it at the far end of water. Like, it doesn't need to be all the way over here. I mean, these are sort of independent builds. They're not really tethered to a location as such. Now, those should be guaranteed to always be 7. That should be 16 there. I think I've got 17. Yeah, it's 16. Cool. Get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you, and there we go. And yeah, I would put this, the other side of the water concern over here. That would make the most sensibles, because water was, yeah, it's only 12,600 ice, which is not a lot of ice, really, in the grand scheme of things. I think if I wanted to do more than 80,000, I would have to double up on everything. But at least the concept's there. And I don't want to really invest too deep into a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's the interesting thing with the sort of coming back to if you're putting like an entire production facility on a patch, there's a lot of redundant production on there, and so that's where I'm not sure that it works. I'd really like to see it compared. So at some point in the future, I'm probably going to come up with an on-patch build, or possibly a patch amalgamation. So something that can tap on a patch and then do as much as physically possible with that patch. Like just put some mining drills on the patch, as many as physically possible, belt it out, see how much scrap I can process with it, and then build a facility, a self-contained facility that does everything with what's there. That could be interesting. But for now, though, I've reached the end of what needs to be designed for Fulgora, and I've also reached the end of time for today. So I'm going to leave it there for today. So thank you for watching, hanging out. We're going to continue this on tomorrow, implement it in the main save, and see, hopefully get it all up and running, or at least mostly built, at the very least mostly built. There's quite a bit of infrastructure to build beyond this, like I need fuel loading and stuff. I need to update fuel loading. I need to do the mining for scrap. There's a lot of train things still to do. All the little combinated things for the trains have also not been done, so like it's there to be slapped down into the base, into the map, but it's not quite there yet. Maybe I'll wrangle a Darthy in or find some unwilling volunteers to help build it as well. We'll see. Anyway, as I say, that is it for me for today. I'm going to leave it there. But thank you very, very much for watching, hanging out. Appreciate you all here as always. VODs on YouTube in the live tab. I do this in both places at the same time. So there's the links there. You can see the previous runs. You can see Timberborn there as well, which we were doing a little just before this, or in between this. And I think I've stalled out and said everything that I need to now, so I can say thank you very much for watching, and I shall see you tomorrow. And bye-bye for now. Emphasis tomorrow.